Hello, how's it going? I'm rearranging my table space. Wow, a lot more room. All right. All right, I have a pack of rubber bands here. Got a few rubber bands left in there. And I have Altoids containers empty. I have a mask, a COVID mask. You're thinking, what on earth are you doing? Dude, you have really lost your mind. What I think it's going to do is going to allow me to hold the guitar up by the neck. This thing's got a slightly rounded back on it. Whether it's supposed to or not, I don't know. And I don't want to move it around. And then I was going to take a rubber band or two, and I was going to wrap the Altoids and the mask up, and I'm making a stand out of it, basically. We take two on that way. All right, now I have this little cloth covered stand, and that can go underneath the neck of the guitar, and it holds it just about perfect. It's a tiny bit tall, but we're talking not by very much. So really good. I had another one of those Altoids containers, and I was hoping to save that for my tacks. I had an attack of the tacks the other day. Oh, I was wondering if I was going to be able to get this camera over this, to where it would work. And I am very, very happy. It's actually a bit far. That looks pretty good, I gotta admit. Anyway, I had an attack of the tacks. And what happened was the container opened up on me, and I dumped them on the table. But I was able to capture them all while on the table. And I was thinking that this little plastic container is very nominal, and the Altoids container is very substantial. So I'm putting them all in there. I think that's going to work just so much better. And then I will take the big pen and write tacks. Right over the top. I should put a piece of paper on it, but let's see. T A C K S. Can't see it, but you can tell it's not Altoids. Perfect. We have a wonderful little guitar here. This is a Epiphone. It is a acoustic electric, 6-string, so it's both acoustic and electric. And you can see that it's got this part on the end. You put a battery in that, and then you can plug in to an amplifier, and you can send the signal to the amplifier. It has a pickup built in on it, and I have never plugged it in. Never ever. So I don't even know if it works. The guitar had damage to the bridge. That's this piece right here. This piece was coming off of the guitar, and it was glued back down, and I don't know why somebody drew lines on it, but anyway, it's got a good sounding body. So I believe it's worthy of making it prettier. Now the damage that was done, let's see if we can get it out here a little further. There was a little damage done right to here, right over in here, a little bit down in here. There's a mar right across here. There's a mar down on the body. So this thing is far from pristine. I did this damage. I messed up. I was using a razor blade to scrape the clear coat off, and it nicked it, and I tried to blend it out, and it just made it worse, and I finally just stopped and said, "You're ruining this guitar." So the pattern I've been doing on this is the same pattern I've been doing on a lot of pictures, and we're going to try to do more of that on here. I have I don't know the brand name. This is my tool of choice today. It's already heated up. It's warm. This one has an adjustable thermostat on it. You can turn it up or down. I cannot make up the name on that. The biggest problem we have with this is it has to burn through the a little bit of the clear coat before it does anything to the wood. So you have to move extra slow. It makes a little extra smoke over what it normally does. And it also leaves a bunch of goop up here, like on the top. I've also noticed that the clear coating also seems to absorb some of the heat. So you move slowly. Give it time to do its job of burning into the wood. I don't know if you could see that, but it was just melting the clear coat. And then you had to kind of melt through it. And I can't clean the tip off. I bet I have a piece of paper here or something that I could just use to wipe that off. Just if I could just hit it on a couple sides like that, that'll knock off that plastic. Kind of use it as a chisel to peel off the plastic that's raised up when I do this. Now, when it's burning into this, it's actually picking up the grain of the wood, which is really strange. Wish there was a way to leave that up on top. Maybe I can just hang on to it. So the idea is just to work slowly. Just burn across. Take your time. This is my first time of doing wood burning on Twitch, and I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know much about wood burning. I'm a novice, and I happen to be doing some art that I'm very familiar with. So I'm able to just knock out these shapes, you know, and try to shape it with this tool. I do a black background behind these things, so it's perfect for this particular tool with the colors that it makes. Black. Makes sense. So I'm not adapting over the artwork to the material or to the tool, although this is a lot more looser. It's kind of, the pattern's loose compared to what I usually do. It's a lot tighter, but just because it'd be really hard to do this very detailed at all. So where I've got grain in here, I'm just kind of pulling across it and trying to just burn down a base where the black background would live. That looks so much better than it did. I started this 2 years ago or so, and to be honest, I felt a bit overwhelmed at the time. I hadn't done much wood burning, and I haven't done a lot since, but I have done some, and it's definitely a learning curve there. This guitar is totally playable. It actually has a good sound. It is not an expensive guitar. I imagine new it was probably $250 or something. I don't know its age. I haven't really looked it up. I'm sure it says inside somewhere maybe, or I could look it up. But it's a PR-4E if you wanted to look it up. And I expect the value to increase with artwork on it. If someone's into that, it doesn't mean it would be something everybody would want. But custom wood burned art on it might make it worth a little bit more than maybe even its new price. But I don't actually expect to make anything on it. I'll go through and I'll do the entire background on this. I'll smooth it all up. Since I've learned more, I have better techniques. This reminds me a lot of tattooing because you only have one shot at it. So as far as I know, I may be just turning the clear coat into charcoal. I don't know, it seems to be going deeper as I lay over this, and kind of it knocks down the ridges of the grain. It's kind of cool. Sorry, really didn't have the camera where I needed it to be. Sorry, a lot of changes on this stuff today. Adapting to this very thick medium. Clearing off the table and moving my cameras. Wants to follow the grain. It's not being kind. It's not easy. I'm going to tell you that right now. This is not easy. It takes the tool all over the place. But it's challenging. That's fun all by itself. And you see I've moved the hand, I'm coming at it at a different angle with my hand. You have to be careful. If you can feel the heat on your hand, it's not good. It means it's going to burn you eventually. You have to keep your fingers back from the tip. You can't put them clear up to that edge. You got to keep back a little bit. You lose a little bit of control with the wood burner, but you gain in not burning giving yourself a big blister. I don't know if I'm going to keep going with this pattern. I have no set plans for it. But I do want to come over to that damaged area and I want to wood burn that. So that is a plan. Kind of pretty. I think it's looking pretty good. I can't believe I've held it off for a couple of years on getting this thing, working on this thing. I don't usually do that, but sometimes when I just I need to practice more on smaller, simpler shapes. You like back off a little bit and say, all right, wait a minute, let's learn this a little better on other things than. And this is probably the third thing I ever. This is what I bought the wood burning stuff for, but it was like the third thing I'd ever wood burned. I just jumped right into it and thought, wait a minute, I think I'm a bit out of my wheelhouse there. So backed off, waited. Then my living circumstances changed dramatically, and I was not really in a place where I could do a lot of artwork and comfortably. So then time has gone by. Come to think of it, it's probably sat close to 4 years. Yeah. I got out the wood burners. I've got a couple of them. I got those out about 4 or 5 months ago. I was selling some of my wood burning, the things that I'd been working on, and they actually sold at this. I was selling some art at a cafe. Right. I could do this in ink and I could do it 10 times faster, but it wouldn't be permanent. And most of my inks would not allow you to clear coat them without them just spreading out and ruining the picture. So just using the stuff I usually use wouldn't work. Wood burning seems to be about the best choice. And it gives it texture and depth. There's a lot of bonuses to it. dented finger from pressing so hard. It's textured. Hard on the fingers.
tried a few different attempts at weight loss. I'd just been kind of working on losing some pounds right before the pandemic. February, March, I was like, we're going to do this. And then come April, it was just a feeding frenzy. I really went for it. I was at 298 when I started, rock bottom, real rock bottom. I don't want to say I didn't care about what I ate, but I didn't really care much. I wasn't doing anything health-wise in terms of exercise or eating. And then simultaneously, I get the ad for Noom. I'm looking at it and, reading the question, and I'm like, oh, this is different. The lessons resonated so deeply with me because I was just like, oh my gosh, that's me.
Noom's plans use psychology to help you build better habits and make lasting changes.
After using Noom, I feel like I can live.
Reach your goal weight with Noom. Take the quiz today.
Lily loves your joke at the end.
There's such a version that gets to the point and lands on the side because you get no points on the quiz.
You want me to be honest? That just came from Chad.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
They like you because they're the ones that told the joke. You guys look like teenage siblings today. Nice. Nice? Why is that nice? I guess that's flattering for Julie. How does it feel being called a teenager? How does it feel being called nice to you?
Confused?
They say that, like longer a couple goes out, the more similar they start
Do
looking.
you think that's true? I don't think we look similar at all.
We don't look similar.
Yeah.
I think we're pretty polar opposites. I have small eyes.
My face
Jeannie
has
has
gotten
big eyes.
narrower.
My face is narrow.
Mine
Jeannie's
is
face
wide
is
as
wide. You think like our kid will be like the perfect middle ground so that she's like perfect?
Now he gets the worst.
Wide face, small eyes. Oh no!
Like wide mouth with big lips.
Does anyone else want to see Henry narrate an entire nature documentary?
Can I pay you to do it? Can I
I
pay
would
you?
want to narrate an entire nature documentary. That sounds fun. I want to be David Attenborough if David Attenborough couldn't name any of the animals that were in his documentaries. I've never called pigeons anything other than street penguins.
Did you call it street penguin?
I might have.
I do a perfect pigeon impression.
Isn't that an owl? Oh, yeah, I see the difference. Is this like a street penguin? Pigeon?
Dude, all I can think of is you literally said street penguin.
I don't know how to name part. Like, they both start with a P and they both end with an N. It's understandable. Like I said, penguin, pigeon, like they're so close.
Oh yeah, like owl ocelot. I think the same thing. Jeannie went from 0 to 100, then right back to 0 the next day.
You girls
Henry,
are
don't
just as
even.
bad as this man. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thirsty ass girl.
Hello, how you doing? Sorry, it's been quiet out web surfing. Shh, hanging 10. Slow wide turns, brother. It's kind of like little shapes swarming out of the hole. Kind of like, kind of think like fish underwater. You know how they kind of swarm around when they're swimming? But it's like they've come through this hole on the guitar and then they're escaping. We're free! Being abstract art, it also, you can make it you can think of it any way you want to. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. This is the first time doing a guitar. Um, I see I've got some black ink lines kind of drawn. What I'm going to generally do, I kind of like the idea that it'll just kind of go all the way around this area, the main area. And then I think I'm going to go off into maybe flames, kind of like what's on my wrist. But yeah, that's what I have so far. This is really slow work. Um, it's got like a clear coat still on it. I peeled off a lot of it, but I didn't get all of it, and so I have to kind of burn through the clear coat and then get it to start burning the wood. And then that clear coat seems to suck the heat right out of the tip. So it's a very slow process, but it's fun. Kind of tedious, but most of my work is. Right now it's fighting me because the tip keeps grabbing the grain of the wood. So I gotta kind of burn down the top of the grain. I'll tell you, there's nothing about this guitar that's easy to do. And I've got this piece of paper, and I clean the tip by pushing it through the paper, by burning through it, and it kind of cleans the tip. Fortunately, it's burning such a small area. I can smell the clear coat melting, but it's not real bad. Hey, yeah, follow if you can, and if not, check back later. We're always glad to see you. Thanks for coming in. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Hope to see you again. Take care. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ask Questions. I know not everybody has been around wood burning before. As a matter of fact, I haven't been around it a lot myself. And I learn something every time I sit down and try to create something with a burning hunk of metal. Guess it'd help if I had this pointed in the right place. A new camera angle setup today. This wood is really, really difficult to burn. It's very textured. It's very soft. The grain is really affecting the burning. You have to move real slow and deliberate. Hello, Katie. How's it going? Are you familiar at all with wood burning? Thank you. I'm waiting for a experienced wood burner to come in and take over. The grain on this thing is just amazingly difficult. And it still has some clear coat on it. So I have to melt through the clear coat before I can burn the wood. I guess I should have prepped the surface a little better. Live and learn. If you're familiar with it, you're probably looking at it like, this guy doesn't have a clue what he's doing. And you would be right. I'm definitely not going to be teaching any classes. I took this down to the local cafe and set up with permission from the owner, and the wife came over, and I gave her a piece of wood to practice on. Yes, very patient. Is there something I should be using that's better? Yes. This clear coat just seems to suck the heat right out of the tip before it even gets to the wood. Hmm, I see. Metal wire, not hard screw in place. Yeah, screw in piece. Yeah, that, and they get hot, and you can't take them out for a while anyway. Rufus, you're back. Excellent. What would really be bad is if I could smell you from here. I had a shower too, just so nobody could smell me. So Katie's basically telling me that I can't make it much harder on myself the way I'm doing this with the tools I have. I think that's what she's trying to say. But she still says it's pretty, so. But if I liked myself more, I could buy the proper tools and then treat myself like I like myself. She didn't actually say that. That was a lot of inference. Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you have the one that has the temperature control? I do have one that doesn't even have that either. But I just run it on high all the time anyway. I knew from the beginning there would be a chance that somebody would come in and go, "Hey, boy, you need to buy some equipment there, buddy." And I go, "Yeah." But it's working. I mean, it's putting down a picture that I like. It's just very, very slow. Is it interesting to see me putting these same shapes on something else, Rufus? It is that, definitely that. Probably. Hmm. Yeah, I was looking for wood burners, and I found several sites that are not at all embarrassed about the price of their equipment. Yeah, there's some expensive stuff out there. I just don't do enough of it to probably invest in that. Although I bet I could do a lot better work when I do use it. But oh wow, that is very organic. I love your coloring. Very nice. Ooh, I was shaking the camera. That'll make somebody seasick. Yeah, that's very impressive. Very, very nice work. This is the picture I was finishing last night. It uses the same shapes, but they're very tiny. And yeah. I haven't added up how many hours that took, but that was quite a few. And the one before that one has a little bit different shapes, a little bit of the same. Yeah, I do a lot of the same shapes and just do different things with them. And then I think I started this like 4 years ago. And I just pushed myself into a corner and said that I was going to work on it so that I would actually get the tools out and do it. It's like back yourself into a corner. But Jay, you promised. Yeah. Well, I broke promises before. It's pretty funny. Well, that tip got hotter for a little bit. Oh, I'm thinking about 20, maybe 22 hours for that picture. I've got a 18 by 24 of those same shapes, maybe just maybe about the same size. It took 190 hours to draw it, and when I've got some to go get, I scan them in. I get them scanned in on so I can have a digital file, and then I clean things up a little bit sometimes. Sometimes I don't, and then I take them to a printer in a town near here, and I have them printed on 100-pound bond paper, and then I color them. So I color a print instead of coloring the original. The couple I showed you there, those are going to be coloring pages that I sell, and I needed some difficult work. Let's put it that way. Difficult ones to color. The next level up. I did a whole bunch of artwork about 5 years ago, and then Mom passed away, and I was living in an RV for a while, and kind of playing nomad. And I finally got a place, rented a place where I have all the amenities instead of living like off grid. And so I kind of got back into the whole art thing, and like to show you one I recently colored. It's going to be a little washed out. Oh, headphones just fell off. I felt them going. Didn't prevent it. Yeah, it's a little washed out. The color is a little more vibrant than what it shows. Maybe if I curve it a little bit. That helps. Yeah, just I've got like 50 of these posters, so a wide range of stuff. Some of it goes a ways back, and give you one example of one more. Let's see. Really different stuff. But yeah. Anyway. Fun stuff. I got thousands of hours into this stuff. I was a tattoo artist for 25 years. And been doing these posters a long time. Just as an example, if you go backwards, just this was like 2008, 2012. Let's see. It was this. My style was so different back then. A lot bigger shapes. It had similar look to it, but I was just learning and developing and growing with this, my own techniques, my own shapes. But it's amazing how far I've come in just I don't know, 10, 12, 15 years. A lot of fun. By the way, this is a playable guitar. So hopefully this won't change the tone of it. You never know what affects them, you know. There's always a chance that it won't sound any very good in the future with all this done to it, but I don't think it's going to affect it. It's pretty much just surface. I had bought this guitar at a pretty good price, and I didn't quite know why they were selling it so cheap, because it was really a pretty guitar. And then upon further inspection, when I got home, the bridge was coming off. They had probably left it in the sun, and the bridge right here was lifting off the guitar. But I happened to have a friend that repaired guitars, and I brought it to him, and I said, just do your best. Just make it work. Make it to where it's not breaking. It still played. It still even held tune, but it was definitely on its way off. One day it would just break off, and it might even damage the wood. But guitar bridges are put on with an animal glue, so you can actually get them hot and they'll lift. You can just heat this whole piece of wood up with like a hairdryer, and it will just lift right off. It's kind of amazing, really. So since it was damaged and then repaired, and it looked fine, but I just thought I would go ahead and turn it into an art guitar. I just love the beautiful light colored top, and thought I could woodburn that. And the texture of the wood burning definitely adds character, I think. No, I will probably clear coat it with some type of like a thick clear sealer that will kind of, you could smooth it off, sand it down, and make it smooth again, but it will give it depth. That's most likely what I'll do. I could just leave it raw. Wow, there's a soft spot right there. I thought it was going to go clear through the guitar. I have a wood box, and I want to wood burn it, and I want to make it look like this one that I did, but this is all done in ink, and you can't really clear seal it. It'll just bleed. It'll just turn into nothing. So without, the wood burning allows you to clear coat it. I may lightly sand this. It might brighten up the edges a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. I'll have to try it on it. I have some ideas about it. I really don't know. Oh yeah, the boxes. Well, it's something you can use. I mean, some people can use. If you got knickknacks or jewelry, or I suppose you could put playing cards in it with some dice or something. So I don't know. It would hold quite a bit of stuff. Sorry I wasn't in here earlier, Rufus. I looked up and I'm like, oh crap. I missed him. I was hoping you'd come back in. I was web browsing. I can't even remember what I went looking for. Looking for something. Oh, free scenes for my page. I want to make a bio and like behaviors, what you allow and what you don't allow. I think I'm going to make a funny one because really if you're not being, calling people names, I don't really care what you do, you can cuss, just don't cuss at me, But, a lot of people are all, like, sensitive to stuff. I figure any kid that's going to come across this stuff and want to watch it, he probably going to know cuss words anyway. They're eventually going to learn them. As long as nobody's mean to each other, I don't really care. They can just... My own sister came in one night and she goes, oh man, that's effing cool. And I'm like, yeah, and because sometimes, those expletives, they say so much more, especially if a person doesn't normally cuss. When they do, you kind of listen to them. Yeah, don't be a dick. And if you are, let me be one too. Don't get mad at me for coming back and saying, hey, look what I just did. I just made it too dark. I'll have to sand that little area. I laid down the thing trying to make the whole thing dark and didn't realize it's getting hot. It is holding heat better. I let it sit there long enough. Yeah, I made an error. I boo-booed. I have friends from England, and when they're being really naughty, they'll call something bloody. And that doesn't mean anything over here. Nobody cares if you use the word bloody. And they don't have a real stigma to the F word at all, So it's just kind of interesting how people in different places care about things. So we don't really use the C word here. It's like punt, only not. But but in some places they kind of throw that around a lot more freely, and I'm like, I've probably said that word to somebody twice in my life. So, not a common word for me. The C word, that is. The F word? Nah. I've always thought that you sounded more intelligent if you didn't use it, you know, but every now and then it just fits perfect. Such a universal word. I love it how people come on here and they're so creative and they're still willing to go look at other people being creative. I mean, that's so interesting. I've always been fiercely independent about. Oh, cool. What are you making? Is it like a cabbage burger? Like a German cabbage burger? I have a couple in the freezer. We have a local German restaurant that makes kraut burgers. Golumpik, Golumpki. I bet it's probably the same. Cabbage, hamburger, maybe a little onion, in a dough made like a pocket. Right. Oh yeah, the German ones don't have tomato sauce. Sounds nice. During the COVID lockdown, I couldn't go and get any Indian food or Thai food. Everything was closed, so I learned to make it myself. I only had a little teeny kitchen in the RV, but where are you residing at, Katie? Oh, okay. Just a few states away. Let's see. Rest of Colorado, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois. Yeah, just a few states compared to Rufus. Pretty close. I could be there in 2.5 hours in Nebraska. Maybe not even that long. I'm in Greeley, Colorado. A month tomorrow. I've had the account longer than that, but as far as for streaming, yeah, one whole month. I'm a noob. You can tell I'm an old dude. Old dude trying to come out and play in a young person's world. Hanging in there. I can't believe it's already a month. Yeah, I'm planning on it. I was gonna give myself at least 2 years of trying to post, you know, at least 5 times a week. I do the art anyway. It's not that big of a deal to fire up the camera and do it on camera. Do you stream on here as well? Yeah, I see some people kind of come and go. Um, I imagine there's some streaming burnout at some point, just always thinking content, 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 just I watch a lot of YouTube channels and sometimes they just burn out and disappear. But that's a lot harder because you have to upload, and I think it's a lot different than just doing stuff live. But trying to make really good content live, that's a lot harder. You don't get to edit. On that picture that you did, so you burned that in first and then you did the coloring? Oh, that's ink. Wow. Well, that would definitely stain the wood. Or it should, anyway. If it doesn't have a clear coat on it like mine. Yeah. I should have sanded it on down. It has a pretty trim around the outside edge, and I just thought I didn't really want to, I didn't really want to hide that. I think you can see it right there. It's got kind of a plastic edging, and it's not in the best shape, but I just thought if I took it all the way down, I'd probably damage that, which I suppose would work, but it's probably just white underneath of it. So, I don't know. Then, if I just kind of stay away from that stuff and then put a heavy clear coat over it, almost like a resin, um, I think it'll give it that depth that I'm looking for. It'll be like the pattern would be really deep in the wood, and give it that depth, and then that'd probably be what I'm kind of looking for. But I may just leave it raw and just leave it where you can feel the texture, and it's not going to harm it any. You know, the burning actually kind of seals the wood. They when they're building cabins in the wood, and you want to put a post in the ground and you want it to last a long time, you charcoal the outside of it before you put it in the hole, and then the bugs and the moisture can't get into it the same way. So charcoaling kind of preserves the wood, at least from moisture and insects. I really wouldn't have that on here, but it would protect. It would protect it in general. Wherever I've burned it, it's protected, and where I haven't burned it, it has clear coat. So I hope so. I mean, if it continues as it's going, and then it goes off into some flames, heading towards the bottom. Since usually it's played with this part up, and this part it would be the back, So this part here would be going down, I believe. Is that right? No, that's reversed. Reverse that. This is still the back, but this part actually goes over your leg. On your leg. So this actually is going up. So all this should all get filled in with this stuff all the way down to the bottom here. All the way down here. I should put this stuff in here and on back here, and then I'll just start pulling the flames off of it and wood burn those in, and maybe do some sort of pattern work or something. I have some tips that I can put on the burner, and I can do patterns, and sometimes filling the flames with a pattern making tool would be kind of cool too. It would kind of give them more depth and more substance than just outline of flames. Or I could just make it all burnished in browns and blacks, give it kind of a texture that way. There's so many ways to do it. I just figured I'll come up with something as I do it, come up with some idea and follow that. I really don't plan out my art very much. That's why I'm burning through clear coat. It's kind of inevitable, really. I put my little finger protector on so I don't. It'll maybe keep me from burning my finger. Other than if that aluminum gets hot and burns my finger anyway. But we'll see. When I'm coloring, I press so hard on the pencils in controlling them that I make a dent in my finger. So I have a finger protector. Yeah. Have you ever burned the end of your, blistered the end of your finger? Right. All right. At least it's a common thing, and it's not like I'm the only idiot that can't use a a wood burner without blistering his finger. You know, that would be funny. Like, no, I've never burnt myself at all. I just keep my hand away from the hot end. That'd be funny. Oh, fun. Yeah, I had sticky hand. Is that better than blistered hand? I think it is. I just figured this out today that if you push the tip through paper, it cleans it really nicely. That's true. I'm not going to say anything further than that. I get sticky hand when I eat candy. That's as PG as I'm going to make it. Even if somebody tells me, like, oh yeah, you can't offend me, trust me, I can offend you. give it enough time, I will probably push some subject too far. And all you have to do is just say, like, Jay, stop. That's enough, Jay. Well, after looking at your pictures, I think I'm going to have to step my game up a little bit. Term "fooked up" was too much for the moderator. I allowed it. I said, no, "fooked up's fine." Yeah, I may just have to turn the auto moderator off since I allow all this behavior anyway. I figured one day I may just actually have to ban somebody or something. That would be bizarre. You're banned. I think it's habit forming. After you do it once, you just want to do it all the time. But, you know, there's so many different kinds of people. You have to be tolerant and just kind of let them be themselves, you know. And just say, all right, well, that's your opinion. Yeah, you're fine. You know. I mean, they're not actually going to hurt me. You know what I mean? Addicted to banishment. um, I got kicked off the Nora Jones website one time. She's a singer. I don't know if you know her. But yeah, I got kicked off the Nora Jones website for inappropriate behavior. And for the life of me, I cannot remember what it was that I did, but it was just too much for that moderator. This guy needs banned, and he banned me. I used one of my other screen names, went in and called him a jerk, and got banned again. I was a jerk. Anyway, some people are sensitive. I would have done a lot of things a few years ago that I don't do now. I've been driving Uber and Lyft for over 4 years, and it teaches you to be a little more, try to be a little more understanding. I have kicked 13 people out of my car, but you know, you can't make any money if you keep doing that, so you have to find a way to work around it. You can control people pretty easy if you think it out. Over 7,800 rides. I can feel my ring finger burning. Yeah, I'm gonna end up with a blister down there. I may have to take a break for a little while. Let everything, the whole thing has gotten so hot because I've been going for so long. I mean, I finally get the tip hot enough to where it really holds some heat, and now the whole thing's too hot. About average. Yeah, the bed of the truck would be great. You wouldn't have to listen to him screaming. I mean, talking. Screaming. It's like, what kind of driver are you, Jay? If you got people screaming while you're driving. I've never had that. Well, not from my driving anyway. All right. Turn it off for a little while. That is just too damn hot. Yeah. I got an altered finger. Look, I got a big, you can see where the aluminum was pushed up. It wasn't quite centered on there. Oh man, I look deformed. That's probably a big blister. I've kind of been pushing it. I think I need to do a little bit at a time and not so much at one time, so I can kind of build a callus on there. Look at all that burnt wood and burnt clear coat. Crazy. I don't think I have my bowl over here anymore. I had a little bowl for pencil shavings, but I think I took it in and washed it. One of the things you have to do to get up to the next level is you need to have 5 people in here chatting at one time. And I've made it to 4 and I just can't get past it. It's kind of weird. It's like I get right up to the edge of it. But I've got 18 followers, and yeah, I've only been doing it a month, so I'm sure. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I think for just, yeah, that would make sense. It's fascinating though. I read that basically, ultimately, the company just wants to make money. So if you do things that will promote people coming in, participating, and they can make money by selling the ad space, then they're going to promote you better if they see you putting out content almost every day and busting your butt trying to get people into it. I think that will help the algorithm, because they're like, all right, this person's a go-getter, and that's what they like. They like people that are gonna get out there and bring people, especially new people, and make it to where they can sell ads. That's where they make their money. Oh, yeah, that kind of cleaned it off. That worked better. Didn't hurt it any. It is rough. Feels kind of cool though. I'll probably clean up the lines a little bit, I would think, with a pen. And that way I can make the tips a little bit sharper and stuff. It's really hard to do that with the burner, so I'll have to make some concessions on that. As long as it doesn't bleed out when I put the clear coat on it, if I do that, that'll be fine. This one I'll be keeping, this guitar. This one won't be for sale. I have 2 more guitars to do after this. Probably be doing other stuff on them. Hard to say. They have some stuff. It's old English scroll work, and they do it on guns. They use it as decoration on guns and metal, and I want to learn it. And I would like to do it with the wood burning, and so I got to get some patterns of that particular stuff. I know some of the basic moves that things they draw, but I need some better examples. I want to be able to look at it as reference. That's the goal for. I would like to do some old English scroll work on a guitar. around the outside edge, maybe off the bridge, maybe around the sound hole. Not exactly sure, but I'm missing a pearl, mother pearl inlay on the 5th fret. I gotta see if maybe I can find one of those. I hear you can get just about anything if you look hard enough for it. The guy that repaired this guitar for me, he said, well, we can just buy a new bridge and put it on. I said, well, do we have to? Can you just glue it back down? He goes, well, I'll try. And then he was happy with it, and I said, good enough. But somebody drew some lines on it. Could have been me. Anyway. Oh, I got particles inside there. There's no, as soon as I try to flip it over, it'll all go to the side, and then maybe I'll just leave it this way and I'll go get a vacuum later and I'll vacuum it out. That way it won't just make it into the crevices and everything. It'll be, probably wouldn't hurt it any, but it probably already has dust in there. I'll suck out the dust too. It is acoustic electric, so it'd be nice to get the artwork done on it and put a battery in the little thing and see if it actually plays and sounds good. I have no idea. After I got it fixed and it was still strung, he restrung it. I let a couple friends play it at the cafe. I'm still waiting to learn. I don't know why I'm waiting, but one of these days I'll learn to play the guitar. I have 7, so I have no reason not to learn. Other than maybe laziness and old age. That looks pretty cool in the camera. I mean, if you get really close, I mean, you can see the lines in the texture of the grain. That's kind of weird how you can. I'll have to get all those filled in. I may just do them in with ink. Yeah. It's hard to get it to go down deep enough into the grain to get rid of that. This thing's guaranteed. What does the guarantee say? Get my glasses back on. This instrument is hereby guaranteed against faulty workmanship and materials. Since 1873. Well, cool. Can I ask you how old you are? I'll tell you if you tell me. And you can't lie. "38? Yeah, I got a little age on you. I'm 61. 38 and you're taking naps? I love it. You're all set for old age, but you got a little ways to go. But nobody knows how long they're going to live, so theoretically, you could be at the end of your life, or you could be halfway there, or you could only be a third of the way there. Yep, but man, you'd have to live to be 110. Sounds terrifying. I don't think I want to live that long. The oldest living male in my family lived to be 73. And I'm only 12 years away from that. I'm already getting to be a grumpy old man. Are you working on any art projects right now? Yeah, I have a grandmother that was born in 22, 23. Yeah, she'll be 100 years old next month. Yeah. Can't drive herself around anymore. And nice. Have you ever tried wood burning leather? I got some leather from a friend, and that's interesting, but it's got quite a stink to it when you're doing it. I mean, not as bad, but enough that the tanning solutions, when you burn them, they have a little bit of a smell to them. Now I can relate to the no room. Yeah, I moved in here a year ago, November, on November 8th, which would have been yesterday. Yeah, I've been here a year. Oh my God! And I have downstairs bedroom, bathroom, and like a living room area to myself. And I brought down all my food supplies that I'd been stocking up on, and 27 tubs of food. So basically, that living room is just a big pantry. I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. Wow, 2:30 in the morning. That's cool. I don't have to be to work till 1 o'clock. I have an airport pickup at 1 and take them to Fort Collins, and then I'll be done possibly till 5 o'clock. I might have one tomorrow night as well, but it isn't confirmed yet. Yeah, I got a bunch of belongings over in Fort Collins, Colorado, in a storage unit. I need to get those moved over right away. I'm tired of them being all the way over. It's a 70-mile round trip to go get anything. I'd like to get everything over here. I still have to put it in storage, but at least be close. And I can start sorting it and getting rid of some of that stuff. I really need to. Too much junk. It looks interesting when I get a little distance on it. It's prettier the further you get away from it. Maybe that's the wrong thing. That's pretty funny. Oh yeah, you get far enough away from it, it's real good looking. A little messy compared to the paper drawing. What to do, what to do. I don't know. I think I'm going to go to bed. That's what I think I'm going to do. I can get up maybe early in the morning and come back on and, do a little something else. I'm looking at your pictures right now. Your black and whites are very, I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at, but I like them. They have a good flow, and you like long lines. I love long lines. But the top one, the main picture, I mean that one, the color helps so much on helping somebody else see what you see in your head, But it's kind of mystical. Visionary? Yeah. Devastation of inspiration. Wowsy, wowsy, woo woo. I like that. May have to remember that. Yeah, I really like that top one. The colors remind me of kind of stuff I do when I'm coloring. Similar. Excellent. Let's see. Get my big old arm. Let's see. I was thinking of moving my food around in the other room. It's a pretty big room, and I have tables set up in the middle where I was sorting stuff, but I haven't sorted anything for months, you know. And then I put another table in there right by the door that I'm sorting stuff on. I'm still not sorting anything, but I'm thinking of maybe boxing all that stuff back up and stacking it up nicely in all the boxes, close the lids and stack them up nicely on one end of the room, and then moving this art desk. It's basically a drafting table, similar to a drafting table, but move it into the other room, get a comfy chair in there, something that would be nice to draw in. I'm just using this old wood chair, and it's kind of heading for, eventually it's going to break. And make a dedicated workspace there. I could get lighting up on the ceiling from 4 different sides, and you know, so you don't have any shadows on anything. And you know, just really maybe get a desk, some type of a shelving over the top of it, where I could put a lot of the art supplies and everything right handy, very handy, right up above where I'm working. And you know, really make a dedicated space, and then probably even maybe put a backdrop, maybe get a big piece of paper or fabric and do the channel name on it, and maybe, I don't know, you know, make it pretty, make it weird too. A lot of strange colors, and a lot like my artwork. You know, used elements of that. Come up with the logo. I found software that would allow me to send out, you know, my video to numerous places at one time. So I could do YouTube and Twitch, and I could do short, live versions on TikTok. I could do, there's one called Rumble, and I don't know, can you do live ones on Instagram? I don't think so. But anyway, it'd be nice to have that channel being, you know, this everything being spread out like on 4 or 5 different places, and let those all grow at the same time. I think that would be smart, and that way if you make a mistake and get kicked off of one, maybe you're still on the others. You know, I mean, I do have a caveman mentality some days. Yeah, I'm an old guy, so I kind of see things the old way, and then I try to work with all this modern stuff, modern ideas and stuff, and I don't always approve or agree, but sometimes I try to behave. Yeah. Let's see. 18 followers. I need 50. 5 people chatting at the same time. I've got 4. I need to set up alerts on my page. The other thing I need, and I'm not, maybe you can help me. I want to I want it to show on the screen when somebody let's see, when somebody's chatting, that it shows on the screen like a scroll, because I don't always look over to the right hand side where the stream info is, and that's where my chat is showing up. But I need my chat on the main screen over underneath my picture or something, so that it's out of the way, but I can actually see people chatting a little easier. May have to figure that out. I know it's just going in and editing the scene. I'm just not sure what to point it towards. I just downloaded some, so below my screen, where you can put all, people put, like all their other stuff about them. I just downloaded a free one of those. Just a basic thing I can stick down there and, put the rules and, different things on how to find me and stuff. I'm going to get that put on there. So I may just go ahead and log off of here and start working on that while I have just a little bit of energy left. It was so nice to have you come in and chat for a while. I feel very lucky, and I should be back on tomorrow evening. Yeah, there's the rules that they have, and then I think you can kind of state your own rules a little bit, but I know you can pop out chat from Twitch and just put it over in the corner. I do have OBS, but my computer doesn't like it, so I can't. My video card won't work with OBS, but it doesn't mean I couldn't run it in the background and have something going on it. Yeah, it's in my edit on this screen on the mine. I have this one still called gameplay, and I do know how to edit it. I've added in, this the other camera, and then I've got a little thing up in there that I don't always see people up in the other corner, and I don't like it too busy of a screen because I want you to be able to see what I'm working on. But yeah, it wouldn't hurt to have your Twitch page open. This setting thing next to chat. There's a pop-out feature for chat. Yeah. Nah, maybe that's what I'm looking for. You don't even have to have Twitch open if you don't want to and still have a chat. Let's see. Because I think it used to be on there, so maybe I just turned it off. That would make sense. As you're trying to get this thing set up, they don't give you a lot of instructions on how to do stuff. Let's see, chat highlights, pop out chat. All right. Well, that shows everything. Can I make it smaller? I can. So that's separate from, well, that would work because you don't have to see it, but I can see it. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I think that's going to work. Yeah, I'll get it. Man, there's people that do a lot of fancy stuff to their pages, all kinds of stuff going on, and I was just amazed that I got 2 cameras working. I'm like, wow, that's as cool as can be. I see, so you can just do a pop-out chat appearance. Oh, you can set the size of it. Emote animations, readable colors. I have those set. Timestamp for new messages. Yeah, I should add that on so that I know when somebody said something. Yeah, that kind of thing. I see, and then it turns off the previous stuff if you move it around and then put it back to where it was, then it starts over the chat again, you know, the new stuff, anything new coming in. That's fine. Yeah, show mod icons, chat appearance, first time chat highlight. I think that set is deleted messages, brief. I don't delete very many. Not yet. Pause chat, pop out chat, channel modes. Followers only chat. Well, I'm not ready for that because I don't have that many people coming in. So I want to try to. I don't want to run anybody off. I want them to check out what I'm doing. And you know, if they don't want to chat, that's fine. You know, I'm glad they just came in and watched either for a minute or an hour. I love the chat though. I don't even know if I want to experience a raid. That sounds bizarre. Never been in one. Don't know anything about them really. Right. Yeah, when you get too much stuff, it's overwhelming. Yeah. And keep it simple. Yeah. I don't always keep it simple. I try to keep it simple, but I don't manage. But it works. Yeah, there's still things I want to do on here. And I just, you know, I've seen all these people that do the just chatting and stuff, sitting around in bikinis and in hot tubs and stuff or whatever. And I've gone on in there not really to look at the girls and what they're doing, but more to see what people are doing in the room while they're there. You know, and that is a little weird. Yeah. Yeah, eventually followers only chat probably would be ideal because, you know, you're pushing them to follow your channel if they want to. You know, really, that actually would make sense because you're pushing them to, if they want to say something, they have to become a follower. Yeah, that's actually probably smart because you're going to just push people into to doing it then if they have anything to say. I'm going to try to keep all the problem stuff out of there. Religion, politics. I see some people, especially young people, they don't like to talk about age. Like they don't, maybe people pick on them when they're really young, you know, like you don't know anything type thing. And I could say I've been guilty of that before. You know, where it's like, you know, you don't even know what you're talking about type thing just because you're young. It is kind of a age discrimination. I found age discrimination just being old too. A lot of weird. Yeah, yeah, there is a lot of weird. And people just put it right out there, don't they? Yeah, I think it has it positive. If people listen to you, you can teach them. Yeah, sometimes you have to approach it properly. Some people are sensitive to how you say it. Like you don't want to say, "Well, you're an idiot. You should do this." You know. That doesn't quite work. That doesn't work on old people either. I have a little bit of wisdom. I've been around a while. You're awful. That's all right. I like Ermi. I have a GPS, an old TomTom GPS, and it was a very difficult thing to do, but you could actually use your own voice. You could record all the directions and everything. They had specific things you had to read in, and you had to make a separate file on each one. And then it was just a nightmare to try to upload it to it because of the different file structures and what kind of sound files they were and stuff. You had to do them just right. And I went in there where I was just cussing, F this and F that, and you're full of S, and you're full of what, just horrible. And made that but it was too quiet. I needed to pump up the volume on it, so I could never really use it. It was too quiet. But it also had Lee Ermey in there, and he was always calling you a maggot, like make a right turn, maggot. It's hilarious as hell. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I would like to hear that female style. Quit burning your finger, dummy. Come on, maggot. Get busy drawing something, maggot. I still have that TomTom. I just recently plugged it in and got charged up, and I wouldn't use it for work. I think some people might like it. Most people probably wouldn't. But I don't use the voice commands anyway. I just follow a little blue line when I'm driving people around. But yeah, it's be pretty funny to have Ermi on there. Maybe for like, just sit down and be quiet back there, you maggot. Come in, sit down, shut up, and hold on. Turn off your autofocus, yeah. Yeah. I had it on a lower setting when I first had it on here, and it looked horrible. And then I finally figured out how to go in and change the settings, but it's the settings on the computer, on how the computer uses it instead of how the program uses it. And that's the difference. You have to set up the settings in the camera itself. And I just haven't done a lot of that stuff for a long time, so yeah, I usually leave it up a little higher so people can see it, but right now it's all out of whack. It can't handle the white surface with the shine on it. You put a piece of art on it and it does better. It likes a little bit darker. Yeah, there we go. Focuses right in on it. It says, "Hey, you got something to show there, buddy." Yeah, it was close up. Oh, you noticed it on the guitar? Yeah. And that's what the other thing I was afraid of is that the guitar is so thick on here. It's up several inches closer that I knew it might be an issue. I did have the camera from the over to the side, and before that I had two cameras coming in I had a digital camcorder on one side, and I had the webcam on the other, facing each other, looking at it oppositely, and then I would turn on both cameras and I'd record myself. But once I got the recording going on Twitch, it only lasts for 10 days, and I'm going to have to make a schedule so I remember to go over and download those. I've got some great videos on there of doing this last piece of work, this one here. And I mean, that's just, wow. I really like this picture. It was a lot of work to make the little things come off of the center and then turn. I made all of them turn, and then they started swirling around the page. And yeah, very hard to do, by the way, to kind of keep track of it, because I'm working in such a small area at a time. It's hard to keep the flow moving. And sometimes I would get off. You get a little area right here. I don't know. It would just be different. Different size shapes all of a sudden, because I would start and stop and move around, and I was trying to make them bigger as they came out, and I just couldn't do it. I just kept them pretty small. And there's supposed to be more in the center, and I wiped them out with the black. They just disappeared. So when I scan this in, I'll go back in and put the white ones back in there from the middle, the little teeny ones starting in the very center. And there's a couple of big black areas that I don't like right here, and I'll fill those with some white shapes. I'll put those back in. Yeah, this is going to be quite the challenge for somebody to color this. Yeah, on the recorded ones, I can go in on Adobe Premiere, and I can speed them up, and so that you can stick all of them together as one file, and then speed it up so you can see the whole thing in like 3 minutes or something like that. And it allows somebody to see the start to finish in just a few minutes if they don't have a lot of time to watch. I could also put it back out there, full length, all put together, and I could take the audio off of it and just put music, since the conversations that I had aren't really relevant anymore. They're nice when I'm doing them, but they is it trying to pick up my hand? And it's like when I move around, it's like, quit it. Yeah, I talk with my hands when I'm not drawing. Yeah, I've done those, and I've got. I started this picture here I think over 10 days ago. So I don't think I have all of it. I might have some of it on the other camera. I just don't remember. But I could go through and look at my files. But I need to download those before they disappear, because you have 10 days to download them. So that's a definite thing I need to do. I'm out of tea again already. Doesn't last long. Yeah, so much to learn, and you have to keep track of it while you're doing it. There's a lot of stuff to keep track of, and I'm not used to doing that. I was doing a radio show where it broadcast out of Europe for a while, and I would make the show on a different day. I have a software that allowed me to record it, play all the music on that I want to play, and then I would go through and edit out any ahs, or anyway. I used to say anyway a lot. I probably still do. And I would edit out those things, and I had to make it exactly 2 hours long, 10 seconds less than 2 hours long. And then I would upload that on Monday mornings and just play the show. In place of doing a live show, I would just have that pre-recorded show, and it was wonderful. I did that just for a year, just recently. I just recently stopped. It was getting in the way of my job, so I stopped doing it. And then the restaurant that I was going to became the cafe. Spending too much money there, so I stopped doing that and decided to just stay home, put everything on Twitch, and then this has been so much more fun than even working in the cafe, drawing in a cafe where you have people come up and talk to you all the time and stuff. This is so much better. Yeah, I never would have met you if I wouldn't have been on here now, and I wouldn't have met Rufus or anything. A lot of people. I've had 5 long conversations, 5 good long conversations in the last month. Yeah, you check back in, and I will try to keep track of you as well. I'm gonna go. I already followed you on Instagram, but I will keep track of you on, if you come in here and do some streaming or whatever. I will try to spend some time watching. I'd really like to see you work, so I can learn so much. I'm a visual learner. I'm also audio learner and a reading learner, but I learn more by watching, and so I would love to see you work and pick up tips and tricks. It's amazing what you can learn just looking at somebody else do it. Thank you for coming in. I'm going to get out of here. You have a great night.